Live by now, right? I hope we are. I hope we're live. If we're not live, I don't know what we are. But, yeah, we're live. So, welcome everybody. It's UnstoppableStreletsy again with another great stream of 0AD on Tuesday. Because, for whatever reason, I've decided to stream 0AD every Tuesday, and it always seems to go that way. So I figured, why don't we make it a habit at this point? It's a good habit, though. It's a good habit, you know? It's like making sure you eat breakfast every day, or making sure you, I don't know, brush your teeth a couple of times a day so your breath doesn't stink. Yeah, that sort of thing. Yep, and I guarantee you, if you play 0AD every day, your breath will not stink either. So, it's like an air freshener. It just freshens your air as much as it freshens the mind. So, if you need a refreshment, go play some 0AD Empire's Ascendant, and you should be all set. Guaranteed. Just scrolling through everything now so I can find where to share the stuff on. It's a bit tricky with this one because it's one of the only titles I do that isn't considered Age of Empires, so I can't just blatantly put it in every sort of Age of Empires server I got access to. I kind of have to, you know, pick and choose my battles with where I put it, so people will be most interested in it, pretty much, yeah. So, yep, I mean, I should be done rather soon, though. That's one good thing about it is I don't have to do a ton of servers, just like maybe like 10, 15 max. And then we're all set to go, basically, at that point. Yep, for sure. Where else should I share? Probably here. This would be a good spot. Here as well. Good old Big Soprano server. Good friend of the channel. And I'm a good friend of his channel, too. Where else? Over here, probably. Somebody's advertising a mod in Age of Empires 2. Looks like some new longboats. Or maybe something showing the castle range. That looks pretty neat. Oh yeah, we'll do this as well. Yep. Where else? Get everybody live on the stream, and we should be all set. Here as well, yep. How many more surveys do I have to do? Not too many. Just making sure they didn't add any new channels to put stream stuff in. So I'll just, you know, continue to do what I've been doing at this point. Basically, yeah. Oh yeah, Seleucids. That's the newest Discord server that we have access to. Yeah. So where am I going to share the stream? Here. I'll just stick it in this spot. Yeah. It's Richie Curvature's new Discord server for 0AD with a bit more good resources for new players. So if you haven't gone to it yet, you should consider going to it. It's called Seleucids, just like the Seleucids faction in the game. So I recommend everybody go to it at some point. Yeah. So what are we going to do now, though? I think we're going to be spectating a game. Is that right? Yep, it's that time of day where I start to watch everybody's stuff and yap about it. That's good. So that's cool. Any new faces here? I'll just let everybody know where the channel is if anybody's new. It's up to you, though. It's all totally optional. You don't have to do it, but I'd recommend if you want to hear me like commentate on some stuff that you totally come down to my YouTube and listen in on me. So we got the Brins here. Here we got the Mayans. We also got what looks to be the Seleucids, right? Nope, that's the Carthaginians. Here we got the Ptolemies, good old Egyptians, the Kingdom of Egypt, and here we got the Athenians. I can tell by the slingers in the UI. Over here we got more Athenians. Over here we got the Gauls, the other Celtic civ, and the Iberians, last but not least. And you can tell it's the Iberians because they start the game with a stone wall around their base. Or just called a wall in this game, pretty much. So yeah, basically, Iberia is a pretty turtle-like civ at the start because they get that nice wall to protect themselves from mainly melee-based incursions early on, and even later in the game when you have to deal with like real armies. It's just one more thing that your enemy has to worry about breaking through to reach your civic center, so that's always good. Yeah, but what do we got here, basically? So everybody's just setting up their initial stuff. Pretty much in the start of a 0 AD game, what do you do? So what you do is you try to get whatever animal-based cavalries you got here. Namely, for the Brins, it'll be your raiding cavalry, but at the start of every game, you start with, I think, about 4 women, about 2 ranged citizen soldiers and 2 melee citizen soldiers, and then 1 cavalry unit. The cavalry unit should go onto animals, so hunting chickens, deer, sheep, because that's what it's best used for. The citizen soldiers are going to be best put on wood, so you should build a storage house for that. Or what is it called in this game? It's called a storehouse, yep. Basically, it contains all your wood chopping techs, all your stone ones, as well as your metal ones. In this game, you don't have gold, you have metal, so that's what you would do there. But as I was saying before, in general, when you're playing a 0 AD game, the first things you want to do is you want to build a storehouse to put on the wood line, get a house up, and then for food you'll actually want a farmstead, because it's a good drop-off point for your female villagers to gather the berries with, which they should be doing at the start of the game. And then obviously in this case too, if your cavalry just happens to be in the area, they might end up dropping off their meat there as well, so that can be convenient. Yeah, basically, in 0 AD in general, you start the game out with doing mostly the female citizens, which are your villagers, if that makes any sense. Like, they're villagers that just act like Age of Empires villagers. You know, they gather resources pretty well, but they're not that great at fighting. And then, obviously, in 0 AD, you have the citizen soldiers, which, they're both villagers and military at the same time. So, they can be tasked to wood, food, metal, or stone, and then they obviously have combat roles as well. And basically, as far as the game logic is concerned, the female villagers tend to do better with food, so mainly berries and farming, and then the male citizen soldiers will do better with wood, stone, and metal tasks. So in general, once you have enough females on the food, you're going to want to move a few to the wood line, mainly because female workers actually boost up the male workers, make them slightly more effective. So yeah, basically you end up improving your economy that way pretty much. Yeah. And all the while doing that, you're going to have to make sure you're constantly building houses And eventually, once you run out of your berry resource in your base, you're going to want to put a farm up, pretty much, yep. And in most cases, a farm can house about 5 villagers on it. But in some rare cases, like the rice paddies for the Han Chinese, those things only can house about 3 vills on them. So you're going to have to do the math, basically, and make sure you have enough wood saved up for it. Now, one thing you're also going to want to do by the time that the match reaches a certain point, get your barracks up. Yeah, your barracks is a very important building to have because the barracks produces a wide variety of dismounted units mainly. So, pretty much it can make citizen soldiers, which it just about does for every faction, and then for a lot of other factions, it also makes some of your champion soldiers a bit later on too that are dismounted. So that's really important because, believe it or not, even though it is a military building, just like it would be in any RTS game, the barracks almost becomes like a second town center to you. Because guess what? Since your citizen soldiers gather resources, now that thing is a flag point for you to actually put onto the wood line and start getting more wood villagers going while your civic center is, for instance, getting more females onto the farms. So one thing you'll notice about 0 AD is there are so many opportunities for you to boom in this game. That's one of the things that 0 AD does pretty well that a lot of the Age of Empires titles do not do, is it gives players a lot of opportunities to boom. Yeah. It's not as tight as, say, Age of Empires 2, where if you don't reach the certain hall markers in the match to get your 2nd and 3rd TC, you're kind of, denied the ability to boom well. 0 AD gives you a lot of opportunities to boom. All you really need is a barracks, maybe 2 or 3, and guess what? Now you have a constant flow of new workers to put onto the wood, the stone, the metal, maybe even the farming, depending on how much food you need. But ideally, in an ideal situation, you should never have to put male citizens onto the food. That should totally be up to the females to do. Right. Mainly putting them around your civic center first, and then around any sort of farmsteads that you can set up after that. Right. Now, when it comes to upgrading your farming, the farmstead is where those techs are going to be. And then, like I said before, everything else would be out of the storehouse over here. Yeah, I know in Age of Empires 1 they call them a storage pit, so sometimes you can call them that, I suppose, but I would just call them a storehouse to keep it consistent with the naming convention used in this game. But either way, though, for a good number of the minutes in the early game, it's going to be kind of sleepy, You're going to be taking a bit of a nap. Mainly because this is where players are booming through their barracks and their civic center, and where they're sort of planning what their strategy is going to be. Like, what sort of troops are they going to do? What are they going to try to upgrade first? That sort of thing. Yeah. Because just like Age of Empires 2, you do have a blacksmith building in this game. It's called the Forge. And the Forge can upgrade your range unit damage, your melee unit damage, your unit's pierce armor, and your unit's melee armor. So a good number of techs are there for you to get, and you're going to want to make sure you get all of them at some point for your soldiers to be in best possible shape. Yeah. Another thing I should let you know too before we get into any sort of combat. When your citizen soldiers get into fights, they do get a bit of a field promotion if they kill some units. Just like some units in Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition get those field promotions when they destroy enemy units. Pretty much what it means in this game, though, is that your citizen soldier would gain a few stats from it, so it would actually become a better fighter. It would actually take a bit of an upgrade, but it will also become less effective at resource gathering. So as the soldier becomes sort of more of like a veteran in warfare, he becomes less of a farmer or a miner or a, lumberjack, and he becomes a bit more of a spearman or a javelineer or an archer, whatever his, job is in his army, whatever is, yeah. Pretty much. So yeah, that's sort of something to keep in mind too. But there are a class of soldiers called the champion soldiers, right? And the champion soldiers do not have the ability to gather resources. They're like professional 100% troopers that are made for and bred for war. And that's something you'll be able to make much later around the city phase of the game, which is the third and final age that you would age up into. And they usually cost metal too. That's one thing you'll notice about them. While a lot of the early citizen soldiers usually cost just food and wood, the champions will most certainly cost metal. So, kind of like a late game tough unit, just like the gold units in Age of Empires 2. Stronger but more expensive and more rare resources, right? And just like Age of Empires 2, the way you get metal is kind of the same, right? You can either mine it from the metal mines itself. You can also trade it between markets, just like you could in Age of Empires 2, which is pretty neat. And you can also barter for it too from your market as well for other resources, which I believe would be food for metal, if I recall correctly. So as long as you have a surplus of food, you might be able to get more metal that way as well in a pinch. Just saying. And notice too, as time goes on and you start to accumulate more wood, it's pretty normal to have a second barracks come up and eventually even a third barracks. That's why I said before, barracks is such a critical building in 0 AD, because it's not only your source of defense and offense, but it's also a booming tool, because that's how you're going to be able to train additional queues of citizen soldiers and effectively expand your economy in new directions. Right, you'll be able to put them near to the wood line so you can get more wood. Eventually you'll be able to, point them back towards your civic center where your stone and your metal mine is and start really growing that. So it's pretty good so far. Yeah, big time. It's basically what you want to do. Right. Now, one more cool little fact I'll tell you about the Marians. The Marians get a whole other factor too. They get these worker elephants. Worker elephants are a kind of a fun unit. So what they end up doing is they're both a drop-off point for resources, and they can construct buildings themselves. So if you're really smart and nifty, you can actually set a worker elephant to build houses for you, so you don't have to use any of your actual workers to do it, which is pretty neat, all the while being there as a source for the villagers to drop off their stuff at, pretty much. So yeah, it's good for you to know, basically. Another thing you need to keep in mind as well when you're playing 0 AD, not all houses are built the same. Some houses have only 5 pop to them, some have about 10 pop. And then in the weird cases of the Carthaginians, you can start out with normal houses, and then eventually you can upgrade them into apartments, which means that they'll house more population than the standard house does. So Carthaginians is sort of one of the weirder ones in terms of how they handle population, because you could just go all houses, you could go all apartments, or you could just start as houses and then gradually grow them into apartments. You don't have to, have as much structures needed to house that population, basically. So yeah, pretty much. One thing I'll say about Carthaginians too, they love their mercenaries. They have tons of mercenary buildings. They get a Celt one, they get an Italian one, and they get a Iberian one. And all these mercenaries cost a bit of food, but they also cost stone. They will all cost metal of some kind as well. Yeah, that's one thing you'll notice in 0 AD is similar to Age of Empires 3, where mercenary units would cost gold or coin. In this game, they'll cost metal. So metal is really your one-stop resource for really all the champion units, so your elite units as well as mercenary units. Not all factions have mercenary units, but a lot of them do. Carthaginians probably have the most mercenaries at their tool belt, but a lot of the Hellenistic factions have mercenaries, namely Cretan archers, Rhodian slingers, as well as a few other ones, Thurian javelineers, so it really depends which faction you are, pretty much. And then the other thing that's going to often cost metal is siege equipment, depending on what it is, and sword units, so swordsmen, whether it's mounted swordsmen or dismounted swordsmen. And why would swordsmen matter? Because swordsmen is mainly what you're going to want to use to fight infantry head-on, depending on what it is, and they'll also be good for fighting siege weapons too. Swordsmen are great at ripping through rams, ripping through catapults, all those sort of things, pretty much, yeah. Because really, the only sort of siege weapon that's really specialized against units is the bolt shooters. Kind of like your little scorpion almost in this game. So that's really what the only siege weapon you would want to use against units is a bolt shooter. And not a lot of factions get them. Only certain Hellenistic ones as well as the Romans get them. So you want to be, a little bit careful of how you manage them pretty much. Yeah. Now we do see here we have a little bit of pressure from what looks to be Etlik III with his Numidian cavalry. So the Numidian cavalry are basically a mounted skirmisher, which means basically they throw javelins from horseback, and it's one of the primary cavalries you're going to start with as one of your citizen soldiers. Occasionally a faction will have a citizen soldier cavalry that is a melee one with a lance or something. But normally it starts out with one that has a javelin, right? So it'll be able to throw its javelin at the huntable and then go up and start in the huntable soon afterwards, basically. Yeah. It looks like he's... What's he doing now? Oh, he made some Gaelic mercenary cavalry. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, see, I was wondering why I saw melee action there. It looks like he's using that for melee right now. One thing I will say, though, in most cases, you actually don't want to attack buildings. You actually want to use the capture feature, which is something you can do by, I believe, Shift-C onto a building, and it allows your units to capture the building instead of, attacking it. And by doing that, you can actually, in most cases, capture a building faster than you can siege one. And then what you do is, if you want to keep the building, you just keep the building as part of your territory that you've captured. Note that if it is in an enemy base, it will slowly be re-added to their base, so you have to be aware of that. Or you can just delete the building that you've captured, because now you can control it and use the delete key on it. So it's a nice cheesy way of basically destroying buildings really fast. It's literally just capturing them and deleting them manually yourself once you capture them. Yeah, it's a little bit wonky when you think about it, but yeah, it's the thing pretty much. Yeah. So what's going on over here? What we got? So we got Athenian hoplites, a couple slingers. So it looks like Athenians are basically just trying to set up some sort of defense almost, right? Are these friends or foes? Looks like they're enemies. Look at that. I see the hoplites thrusting their spears into the phalanx. Yeah, look at that. It's pretty dangerous, yeah. And it looks like the Ptolemies have also come in to help as well. I see they've sent some Judean slingers and some also Thurian spear units too, which is again one of the mercenaries you can make depending on the faction. Slingers are kind of an interesting unit in 0 AD because they're one of the only units that cost stone. So yeah, obviously a slinger, takes stones into his sling and then he throws the rocks at you. So of course the slinger's going to cost stone principally. So yeah, pretty much you have to diversify your resource gathering a bit to make sure you have enough stone as the Ptolemies to make their citizen soldier, since it's literally a slinger. Yeah. The other such case would be the Brins, who also have a slinger as their ranged citizen soldier at the start. So for Brins and Ptolemies, make sure you're working on that stone constantly. Make sure you don't lose out on production at all. It's really important. But yeah, in general, it looks like things are definitely moving along here as far as offense is concerned. And it looks like Young Sheep is definitely in danger right now of being basically encircled here by the enemy Athenians as well as the Ptolemies attacking him too. Yeah. Also some of the invading Carthaginians as well with their Gaelic cavalry and Gaelic infantry mercenaries too. No, those are actually allied guys now. But yeah, these are the Carthaginian Celtic cav mercenaries here as well as the Numidians attacking. Yeah, these are the Iberian Javelineers, and they're going to try to weed these guys out pretty much and save their ally. Doesn't look like they can, though, because they got two guys trying to capture it at the same time, and it's going to go down real fast. Yeah, once you capture a civic center, things go really south really fast, pretty much. Yeah, because once you capture the civic center, all the buildings that that player owned, whether they're houses or barracks or markets, start to slowly lose control. Yeah, that's the thing you need to be aware of in Zero AD compared to Age of Empires. In Age of Empires 2, if let's just say a couple trebs takes down your town center, it's like, who cares? I got a town center in the back. I can try to fight the enemy out and kick them out. That's not the case in Zero AD. If you lose the civic center, you got to build it back really fast, because if you don't do it in enough time, the enemy actually gains all those buildings potentially if they build a civic center there. Or if they don't, then those buildings become Gaia and become useless to everybody until somebody puts a civic center there and claims that territory. Yeah, see all these little colored lines here on the map? In Zero AD, you own territory, like actual tangible territory. Right, and that territory is where you're allowed to put your buildings, basically. Right? And it controls which buildings you ultimately own. So if you do lose some territory, depending on what building you have there, you'll basically lose access to those buildings too once they get sort of retrieved to Gaia at that point. Yeah. 89 kills only? That means that their combat is not that good. I mean, you got 3v1 until you had 68 units. Yeah, that's kind of an oof situation, I would say. He had the Carthaginians on him, the Athenians, and the Ptolemies as well, so he sort of had everybody on his back. You know, they say about the monkey on your back, well, he had about 3 monkeys on his back, which is not fun at all. He just deleted his units. I've never seen anybody do that before. I've never seen him delete their units like that. Must have been super salty. It's the only thing I could think of. Yeah, basically. Pretty much, yeah. So how are we doing so far here? It looks like capturing is coming along pretty nicely here. Yep. GG. Good game. Good game. It was a nice little battle to watch, I will say that. That's sort of the way Zero AD is, by the way. Sometimes if you don't plan your stuff properly, you'll have like this gigantic army of like 200 units storming into your base. Yeah, because remember, most of your gatherers on the map are going to be citizen soldiers, right? So what does that mean? Well, for a while they might just be, chopping wood or gathering metal or gathering stone. Later on, they end up becoming your army, so all those gatherers get taken off of their resources and become literal conscripts into the pushing army, right? Sort of the ranged troops and the melee troops are going to be pushing the front lines. So you have to be aware of that when you're, playing the game, that you need to, sometimes in an emergency, pull off all those citizen soldiers and start turning them into troops at that point and start pushing in deep. Yeah, pretty much. Let's get both readies on. Basically in Zero AD lobbies, oh, they want me to be a spectator. That's cool. Yep. Fine with me, yeah. Actually, I need to get some agua right now. I'm super duper dehydrated and thirsty. What happened? What are they talking about nail polish for? Is somebody here female? I didn't know they had female 0AD players. Yeah, I guess so. What are they talking about nail polish for? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much about nail polish, but yeah, I do like pretty colored nails personally. When I see them on people, it's a pretty cool feature. Now I'm starting to sound like Uncle Joe at this point. So no champ cav. Was there a rule? Any champ cav rule? Okay, no champ cav. Oh, so that's a rule that people enforce in this game, that you're not allowed to use champion cavalry. Now that's kind of interesting because according to just about everybody I've talked to in this game, champion cavalry is super OP and tends to cook everything that runs into them. So there's some hosts and agreements among players that actually says not to use champion cavalry of any kind. You can use unchampion cavalry, but yeah, champion cavalry is basically banned. You can, I think you can still use elephants. I believe elephants are still fine, and you can use champion infantry. But when they set those rules in place, any sort of champion horse cavalry will be banned. Right? We don't really need to talk too much about camels because there's only one camel in the game for the Nabateans, the camel archers that they get. And then I think chariots are okay because chariots, don't have any melee to them. They're a range unit. So I think they'll allow you to like spam chariots if you want to, right? Whether you're a civ that has like a normal chariot archer like the Persians or the Seleucids, or in the case of the Celts, the Brins with their javelin throwing chariots too. So yeah, pretty much. It's called Triumphal's Balance. Yeah, basically don't spam a bunch of Gaul sword cavalry champions and like insta win the game. Especially since there's so many Gauls here. We got a Gaul over here. We got a Gaul in this spot. We have, who is over here? We got the looks like the Macedonians in this spot. We got a Athenian over here. Another Athenian, I believe, right? So 2 Athenians, 2 Gauls, 1 Macedonian. We got an Iberian in this spot. And then over here we got the Macedonians again. So 2 Macedonians, 2 Athenians, 2 Gauls, 1 Iberian. And then we got another Athenian again, so 3 Athenians. Actually, Sparta can make champs before Min 10. Tried that on Borg's team once. It was great in the first 3 seconds. Yeah, but it's fine though, since it's a champion infantry, not a cavalry. Yeah, Spartans, if you know anything about the movies, like 360 or 300 or whatever, they like to use their champion hoplites, which are really elite for them. So yeah, that's basically what you're going to see when you see a Spartan player in this game, is lots of champion hoplites. So basically a spear infantry. A pretty good armored one at that, because of their ability to use their shield, obviously. Hi there, Nenguyu. How you doing? Hi there. Hi. How's everything going, man? Enjoying the stream so far? So far we've commentated on one game today. Now we're going to commentate on this one. They didn't want me participating in this one for the game balance, because there's a lot of higher ELO players here, and they didn't want me sort of, playing Farmville in the back and, letting somebody else get 2v1. Yeah. It's going to be a while before I, become Age of Empires 3 level good at this game. It's going to take a bit of practice, a bit of consistency and stuff. For sure. Just like Age of Empires 2, you know what I mean? I'm pretty good at Age of Empires 2. I can, certainly fight okay in late game. but when it comes to early game stuff and not getting drushed and things, I'm like a little baby. I'm like a little baby in that, you know what I mean? Like, baby in a cradle just doesn't know what to do. So, yeah. I don't know how long it would take me to even be competitive in Age of Empires 2 ranked. Like, actually understanding drushes, man-at-arm archers, scouts. Like, when would I get supreme macro in the early game like that? Because I feel like when I've done in the past, like 80% of the people are 20 steps ahead of me. There's like the one person that's super low ELO that I have the knowledge of what a scout rush is and I end up doing good with it. And then everybody else that has some practice and they have their build orders and everything and work in order with their hands and stuff ends up clapping me very easily. And it's like, what do I even do here, man? Yeah, it's a bit tricky to say, you know, because especially in AoE 2, every map is different. Some of them are more wallable, some of them not so much, and there's a lot of fear in that and wondering if you're going to get attacked or cooked. Yeah, it's really risky, usually. Big time. So we're at the stage in the game where everyone's building their first barracks. Good building for offense, good building for defense, good building for economy, since that's where your citizen soldiers are going to be coming out of too. So basically it's a big boon to your wood, stone, and metal mainly, since that's what you're going to be putting the male citizens on for the most part. One thing that you'll notice about Zero AD is it's a really good game if you have a lot of busy stuff in life that forces you to pause. Because basically in Zero AD, if you have to, sometimes you're actually allowed to exit the game, like exit Zero AD, restart the game, and then you'll be able to join back in. I don't think it's until you formally resign that you're actually kicked from the game per se. So until you like formally resign, then you're actually out, or if you're gone for a certain amount of time. But yeah, you actually have the opportunity of leaving the game and then coming back in to finish up. Of course you'll be idle, but yeah, pretty much, you have that option if you're having game issues. Because this game has been around for many years, it's open source, so it's not exactly a proprietary Microsoft product. So you're going to run into little bugs and things in there, and you need to sort of be ready for that. So yeah, this game offers you the opportunity of actually exiting out and coming back in and continuing to play as normal, which is pretty cool. It saves on the necessity of save game states too, which is really nice, because everybody else gets to play normally. But even then, you can just pause like this and let them come back, so you don't even have to like lose any real seconds of combat at all, which is nice. Unpause or I kick you. He left, dude. Okay, never mind, my bad. Yeah, I guess there's a bit of a conundrum there among the players. That's unfortunate. Yep, I always like to let people know about my Zero AD activities so they can, become part of the stream, increase the view numbers so we can get even bigger Zero AD events going on later on too. Because eventually I want to get even more successful Zero AD showings, and then also start doing some big mods like Hyrule Conquest. because I was talking to one of my friends today in Discord about. I was telling him all about Hyrule Conquest, a mod for Zero AD, and how good it is. It's like really fun. Basically, it takes the Zero AD dynamic and adds a bit of more of an Age of Empires, Age of Mythology flair to it, but all Legend of Zelda type stuff, which is really cool if you like that series on the Nintendo. Now, I will have to navigate a bit the copyright stuff with the sounds and everything, and maybe not add music, or yeah, I'll have to sort of, cherry pick that sort of thing. But yeah, I'm presuming Nintendo will be fine if I just have like the unit ambience type stuff. That should be okay. But yeah, I'll make sure everything's good so we don't run any problems there. Because I would love to get some multiplayer games in of Hyrule Conquest with people and actually see how I do in multiplayer. I've never, ever, ever fought anyone in multiplayer in Hyrule Conquest. I've only done it against AIs. Against AIs, I've had 50-50 success, at least based on whatever difficulty I used at the time. I can't remember directly if I put it on easy or expert or, yeah, whatever difficulty it was. Eventually I was able to, build some pretty cool armies and fight them. But yeah, it was always a bit of a conundrum once I ran out of rupees and stone and stuff, figuring out what to do, basically. Yeah, because I think over time they've changed the name of the resources. So, I think instead of metal, it's either currency or rupees. And then instead of stone, I think it's material. If I remember correctly, it might be stone and material. I can't even remember. And then food is just food, obviously, because there's all sorts of food, all sorts of animals. You got the fruit, the fish, just like this game. So yeah, that's a bit more memorable. So we might see a bit of aggro here, it looks like. Yeah, look at all the Hapotes coming forth right now, as well as the skirms. I didn't realize that we had a Spartan here at all. That must have, I thought this was a Macedonian for some reason, but no, that's a Spartan. Okay. Had a bit of a brain freeze there, I guess. Yeah. They might all be Spartans now that I think about it. Yeah, big time. Like, oopsie doodles. Me thinking I'm dealing with Macedonians, it's actually Spartans. Yeah. Because I looked at like, oh, the Perioikoi Hapote, that's a Spartan unit, as well as the Hilat skirms. So where are they going to? They're going to Blue, Azul? Going to Azul's base? Is that right? Yeah, it looks like it. So let's see where they land up over here. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it lags quite a bit in this game too with the visuals, so just be keenly aware of that. It's totally normal and everything, but yeah. Looks like he is going to push in with Pedromos, Pedroikoi cavalrymen, Pedroikoi Hapotes, and maybe some Helat skirms. So basically all citizen soldiers at that point. pushing in, taking out some females, it looks like. Yeah, you can garrison your female workers in the houses, by the way, too. So that's a cool little tidbit you don't have from Age of Empires 2, is you can actually garrison inside those houses to get out of immediate danger. Just be aware that the housing capacity is not a lot. So you will have to hope that you have a few houses there if you know there's a good chance you're going to have to stick everybody in there at that point. So this, yep, this is a Spartan too, right? Yeah. Or Athenian, actually. This Athenian is totally caught off guard, it looks like, yeah. And it looks like they'll be joined by an Athenian ally too. So you got the Orange Athenians with their slingers, their few Podromos, and some of their Hopotes all pushing in with Green's Spartan troops, yeah. Also some more Athenians pushing in as well, yeah. So quite the chaotic situation. Got all these Hopotes running around trying to target stuff almost, and then the ranged citizen soldiers trying to cut through all the infantry. Just quite insane, yeah. What did Young Sheep do to you guys? LL, this OP. Yeah, look at that. Look at what's happened. He's getting completely cooked. Completely curb stomped there. Which is insane. He got 3v1 in the last game. Yeah, I saw that. That was so bad, man. Last time it was the Ptolemies. I think it was the Ptolemies, the Carthaginians, and the Athenians, right? Now it's like one or two Athenians, and then you have the Spartans. So yeah, it's quite the insane team up, I would say. Thankfully, though, he's got some Gaul allies there to provide some spearmen and javelineers to maybe clear him out a bit, which is good. Is going to have trauma after this game. Tell me about it. This poor kid can't get a break. He really can't. Like, look, he captured his barracks now. He's probably going to delete it. Yeah, man, this is, like, crazy. Is he going to delete his barracks now? He could. He could delete his barracks. Which would be crazy to do. Did he resign? No, he didn't resign. Okay. I was wondering what was going on. Oh, he must have lost that territory when the, now I see what happened. Because he had those buildings on the periphery. Once he lost the barracks, now those buildings are going to become neutral territory. It's part of Gaia now, and he's going to have to reclaim that barracks just to get everything back, which is unfortunate. Oh yeah, big time. If the others get a good boom going and are aggressive, you may still have a chance. Yeah, it's going to take some good teamwork to make the dream work, I guess. From the others to try to compensate for his losses. Yeah. Big time. Yeah, so there are other Spartans in this game. That's what I was trying to figure out. Big time. Tried Cav Rush yesterday, feels so good. Oh, that's a good fact to know. I didn't know that. So basically, if I want to talk to only the observers, I should use T for team chat. Okay. Alright, so how would that work? I would have to do... Oh, okay. So going forward, I should probably do this so we don't have stream snipers. Okay, that's good to know. Okay. That is fine. I mean, in some ways, it's kind of good that I let the players know as well, because I want them to just be acutely aware of the YouTube channel and they'll subscribe. But yeah, I think as time goes on and everybody is subscribed to the channel, I can just use the observers, like you said, so we don't have any lack of integrity in the match. Not that it should be an issue. I mean, I think everything's pretty legit in 0AD. We don't have a lot of, cheating and stuff. But yeah, like if people are really paranoid about somebody seeing what they're doing in their base and like building a counter army and stuff, then yeah, we could probably do that for them. I want to watch this TBH. It's so interesting. Yeah, I don't care at this point. I'm just going to chat normally. Everybody knows what's going to come next at this point, I would say. Just saying. Just saying. Alright, no bells yet, right? Yeah, we still have some people just going to the town phase now, it looks like. Yep. That's the thing, though. You don't even really need to age up to fight somebody, per se. You can actually fight in the starting phase of the game just by using your basic citizen soldiers to battle. Right, your ranged one, your melee one, and then your cavalry one. Let me check out his pop. He's got about 50 population right now. That's pretty good. 50 pop. It means he has a lot of farmers out now, and he has some citizen soldiers onto the wood line too. Pretty soon he'll probably get metal and stone as well. I'd still take those berries though. Yeah, berries are great because they're just a great fast food source for your female villagers to get. And then, too, you get a technology at the farmstead or whatever that you can actually use to improve the berry rate as well. It looks like he actually got it already, and now he's switching to farming. Again, the second farming tech. And then the third one would be fertilizer, denoted by these olives, pretty much. Yeah, kind of so I guess when people rush early, they forget about the berries and switch to fields. Yeah, that's one of those hindsight type of things in a real-time strategy game. You're so busy trying not to get rushed and get attacked that you kind of forget about the resources right outside your base that can make everything go bare. That's why I always say, if you can, pay attention to the mini-map so you know, alright, where is the stuff. I will say, at least from what it looks like, the mini-map in this game is pretty tiny. You see this here, these little like triangles, these are metal. And then what the little rectangular brick looking things would be stone actually, so just keep that in mind. If you're ever looking for like metal or stone, the most valuable rare resources on the map, those are where you want to look for. Yeah, age up is a strategy move, do or not, and when you do it, it should be an important thing. Oh, that's good to know. lately when I've been doing 080 matches, I've just sort of been aging up on default, just so I can get my armory out, my forge, maybe expand my unit roster a bit. That's what I've always done. So I feel like I'm ahead of the game on the other players and get all my necessary upgrades. Yeah, for sure. I mean, eventually you do have to go to the town and city phase just so you have your forge upgrades done. Because if you're going up against somebody that has champion soldiers with all 3 sets of forge techs done, you're going to have a real fun time with that now. So yeah, eventually everybody has to go up to city phase. But I guess you can sort of manage when you do it, depending on the convenience. I would probably say if you're going up against Iberians, maybe you would rather just age up and, get all the techs you want, just because, you're not going to be rushing through that wall anytime soon. T2 have to play really badly to lose this. Yeah, that pressure on Young Sheep was like really brutal and insane. They got a real advantage now to push at this point, I would say, yeah. Ooh, he's putting up a fortress there too. That's pretty smart. In general, fortresses are really tough defensive structures you can set up at certain spots. And I believe they expand your territory a bit too if you build in more protruding out from your territorial reach. And normally they can train some stuff too, normally your heroes, but sometimes other stuff as well. That is which barracks is that? So we got 3 barracks up for Young Sheep, it looks like. That's pretty good. Because after all that abuse he's sort of undergone in the past game and the last one, yeah, that's going to be really important that he just has those up now. And a stable too, that's good. Anything for defense at this point. Yeah, that's what rushes are for, by the way, is total distraction. Not only are you getting rid of their resource capital and their villagers and stuff, but you're also demoralizing them. You're weakening their mind because they can't focus on things like build order or, base construction if you're wiping out their stuff and forcing them to fight all the time. So if you want to really get in your enemy's head, try to rush them if you can in certain spots in their base and kind of make them go mad with how they have to click around with their mouse and stuff. It's really powerful to do to them. I'm not sure what he was doing. You had one job, bro. Looks like it. Kind of just paying attention to see who ends up pushing out when. Oh, so those team lines are around here, I guess? Okay, that's good to know. So these are allied, these goals are allied to these dudes up here, and then these goals are allied to them over there. Okay, good to know. Oh, wow, whoa, 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 look at the Iberians here, coming in with javelin ears, it looks like, and swordsmen. Very interesting. So yeah, look at all the swordsmen here that the Iberians got. This would be quite good against a number of things, pretty much. Looks like they'll have to retreat, though, since they are being pushed back by 2 players right now in their hoplites, so they'll have to be super duper careful about that. Got Athenian hoplites there, looks like. Oh, you got 2 Athenians, actually. That's insane. And Thracian Peltus as well. Oh boy, look at this. We got the Macedonians coming in from here with their foot companions in Peltus. Yeah. Driving back the Athenians. Who's this? This is some of their Thracian Lancers as well as their Odrysian skirmish cav too. So yeah, that should be pretty powerful there. Quite the mass right now, so we'll have to watch out there. Looks like the Lancers are already penetrating through their slinger defenses right now, from the looks of it. Double fortress and an arsenal, it looks like. Yeah. Arsenal, not to be confused with the arsenal in Age of Empires 3, is where you bake your siege weapons. So if you're an Age of Empires player, you should really consider the arsenal to be your siege workshop. It's where you make your rams, your catapults, and your bolt shooters. Also, depending on what faction you are, they can make siege towers. Sometimes you can make mangonels, which are much more close to Age of Empires 2 catapult versus the more ballista-looking lithobulos that you got for a lot of factions in this game. So, yeah. And then, obviously, the Persians get access to the Assyrian rams, which is a really cool-looking ram weapon, as you know. Like a big, giant monstrosity of a fortress. Oh boy, look at how strong these Macedonian skirmish cav are. Quite insane, actually. Yeah, I think a few streams ago there was somebody who was on my team who was like a high elo player, and he was like cooking entire armies with just these things alone. Like destroyed huge armies of like hoplites and stuff. It was crazy how much he was pulling off with that, really. Quite insane when you think about it, yeah. Yellow doesn't like castle. I guess so. Try Control S. What does Control S do? Let me see. Oh. Ooh, I didn't know you could do that. That's kind of awesome. Yeah. So is there any time when I'd want to do that, maybe? Yeah, let me try it. I want to try it somewhere else. Yeah, that's kind of a cool angle. It's like a topographical bird's eye view. That's pretty nice, actually. I like it. I mean, I prefer seeing the slanted angle variation myself, but yeah, and then you can zoom right in to see what they're doing. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty neat, actually. Yeah, no. Pretty awesome when you think about it. Slingers, Iberian slingers, it looks like. Yep. Okay. So yeah, I think I'll just put it back to where we were. Alright, there we go. That's good to me. Yeah, I prefer seeing it at a bit of an angle like this myself, but that's just me. We can definitely roll in a bit closer if we need to look at. You keep bumping your microphone over and over, try to fix that. Yeah, I'll try to fix it if possible. Is it good now? Or what? Yeah, it's a bit tricky because I don't have something to hold it on. And also need to repair it a bit because of the thing I normally hold it on is a bit damaged right now. So, yeah, it's a bit tricky. Yeah, let me know if it makes any weird noise again, pretty much, so I can avoid it. Yeah. Yeah, Team 1 did a good job here, I would say, for sure. Yep. Definitely. Absolutely. For certainty, yeah. What's going on over here now? Some more chaos? Oh, big time, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a bit tricky working with the mic when I'm playing, though, because I have to put the thing on my lap. Because I can't stand it on the table anymore because the tripod thing ended up unscrewing about a week or two ago. So it's a bit tricky doing that part of it a bit. Back to the laundry shop with the mountain of dirty socks. Is that for real, man? Do you have a mound of dirty socks that you have to clean? Yeah, that must be real fun. 100%. Yeah. I haven't had a working washing machine in my place in a long time. Had an old lady that lived with us, and she ended up breaking the thing. Ended up sticking some weird blanket in it with some bad detergent, and ended up going through the whole entire pipe system and everything and ruined the whole thing outright. It was pretty bad. Big time. Yeah. Alright, so what now? We're going to join the next lobby or what? Probably. We gonna get a new TG to look at or what? I'll watch you guys again. Might be another noise. Might be me cracking my back on the chair as well, since it's made out of wood. Yeah, that was a cool thing. I got like a topographical bird's eye view of everything. That was pretty neat. Oh yeah, I got some good news for you today about, I don't know, what we'll be streaming tomorrow, hopefully. I hope we'll be streaming it tomorrow. I got the latest build for Order of Gwezin. Yeah, from the developer. So we'll be going through the visual novel. Just to be clear, it's a visual novel. It's not an RPG game. For some reason, I thought it was an RPG game. And he was like, wait a minute, no, this isn't an RPG game. It's a visual novel. So we'll be doing that probably tomorrow. I might post a cool pic of one of the cool features we'll be looking at in the build as well. So that should be fun. Yeah, I might make that the thumbnail, actually. Yeah, no, I will probably will if it's, if I can fit it, I will. So that'd be pretty cool, actually. Because it's not just going to be the visual novel part that we're going to be looking at. We're going to be looking at the cool play thing as well. You can play with some cool little plushies and move them around with your mouse and stuff. That'll be neat. Alright, so who else is joining? We got me, Trample, Arpad, Young, and Eric Tommy. Anyone else? Knight complains 95% of the games he plays. Yeah. I'm kind of the opposite. I don't like to complain that much, I'll do it if it has entertainment value to sound like, a sourpuss, but, yeah, no, I usually just try to be super cool with every game and be thankful for it and everything. Because, sometimes it's hard to find multiplayer games in the games you want, so when you get them, you gotta be appreciative to have the time to be there and learn and, get to collab and stuff, It's definitely something good to enjoy. Just gotta wait for one more to join. We should be all set. Oh yeah, I gotta do the double click you right in already. There we go. Pokemon 6 is crazy. Yeah, I bet. Probably is. Who will be the two other joiners? Where is everybody? Where's everybody leaving? Let me know if you hear the paper bag underneath me at all making any noise. Where's everybody going? Come back, come back. Come back, everybody. I gotta watch out for my thumb too there, making noise. Is anyone joining back or what? Alright, Eric Tommy's back. Wait. Maybe they had to fix their game or something. Hopefully. Stretching my arms out a bit here. Around 8 o'clock, I think 8 or 9, we're going to have like thunderstorms here too. So I have to be able to run out super quickly and shut all the windows in the proximity to keep the moisture from coming in too. That's one thing I have to make sure I get done. I can smell the moisture in the air outside and in the nearby window. I like the scent, but yeah, you can tell definitely rain's on the way. Okay, so we got one more to join, right? Yep. Probably split me and Eric Tommy, I would assume. That's what I would do. Ugh. Alright, sounds good. Oh, Tommy's faker. That's not cool. We don't like fakers. Oh, jeez. Where did he go? Is he coming back? I hope he is. Hope he's coming back. So we can get this match underway. Yep. Yep, we're balanced now, it looks like. That should be good, I would think. Now it looks balanced, yeah. Here we go with the Brins. Always the initial states of setup are the ones where I'm most worried about. Then I can sort of play around from there. Yep. Try to set some more vills here, right? Yep. Alright, worker here. House up in this spot too. Some more female workers here. House in this spot as well. Probably that many is alright, I would think. Yep. So you can't do anything eco-wise with the dogs, right? They're just for combat. Alright, good to know. Cannot attack structures, ships, or siege engines. Yeah, imagine asking a poor doggo to, like, bite apart a battering ram with his teeth. Go, row, row! My teeth are broken! Row, row! Like that, it would be totally painful. So yeah, best not ask the dog to bite that for his safety. Definitely not. House up here too. Since I have this crazy mic, I have to put the mic down on my lap every time I want to use the shift key, which is insane. It's really annoying. Yeah, pretty much. I'll get wicker baskets. I think we have enough berries to justify it, right? The apples here, apples. I'll probably go for these apples next, if that's the case. Yeah. Some more workers, right? Yep. Let's build that up quickly, right? Yep. Go on to that apple too. Another queue here. Yep. Oh, we got some sheep there too, right? Yeah. I'll try to start some farming now, though. Yeah. There we go. Get those going. House here. Farmstead in this spot, right? Yep. Some more workers here. Good, get the apple trees on both sides, yep. Farm here now. So far my macro's been pretty consistent this game, so that's at least reassuring. I'll probably move some of these down here to apples on this one now when they're done. Alright, I think we can age up now, right? Yeah, probably at this point. I'll just put a field up here now. Sounds good. Maybe get wood 1 now. At this point, yep. And then when we can afford, I'm going to get the barracks too constructed. Get these. How do you like them apples, right? Yep, see, apples. Barracks here. Couple more on that barracks. Enough to put on the fruit, right? Yeah. Set up something there, yep. house there too. Good house here as well. Get 2 sets of these. Ooh, we're getting raided. Watch out, watch out, watch out. We get the bill. I'm gonna guess the Javelineers to fight him off. Yeah. At this point, yep. Oh man, I'm being teamed on. Oof. It's not good. Oh man, they're getting me now. If I have to, I'm gonna have to put everything here now. Yeah. Kind of unfortunate. Can't even get my... I'm gonna have to come over here if I'm getting raided though. Yep. Pretty much, yeah. It's unfortunate, but what can you do? What can you do when you're being attacked by 2 players at the same time? I'm going to put the new barracks here right now, just so we have the defense going. Then I'll need some slingers on here to recover stone too. Should be good now. Had to put the mic down for a second to figure out what I was going to do for defense. Now I'm feeling a bit more confident. I can put some Javelineers onto here too, so we get that part of the defense going. Some more reveals onto that. Much better now. Another house here. Again attacked by the range cabs again, unfortunately. I have to send my slingers after him now, yeah. Basically, yep. What do I even do against this stuff? They're running after me with that. No idea. Quite scary, actually. Maybe just get more slingers onto here then. Yeah. That'd be my guess. Try to recover our stone numbers and maybe do that. I'll try to get some more javelineers here too. For the defense. Everybody's not garrison anymore, right? Yeah, that's good. A spearman. Quite the tricky situation to find yourself in when you're getting completely surrounded like this and swamped. I'll try to point some more onto here now. Slinger there. Hold on somehow. Maybe put some of the females onto the stone too. It's always tough when you run these situations. Another javelineer out too. Oh, somebody's lagging like crazy. Live and well enough. Yeah, basically. Pretty much. Live and well enough. I mean, I'm not perfectly well, but I'm well enough to survive for right now until somebody comes in again with cavalry. Probably. Sounds good to me. Whatever you want to do. You're the expert. If you think it's better to just push them directly and I'll hold the fort here, I can do that too. Thanks. Gracias. Yummy in my tummy. Everybody needs food. Oh, I thought he was saying for a second for me to send some wood to Gandalf. I'm like, oh, I don't have any wood. Just read that for a second. Just a little bit. Yeah, maybe I should put a tower up. Towers help a lot against range units. Maybe I should get one in the end. Who knows? Can someone replace who is spectating, please? Why are they lagging? Alright, save and replace. Save and TC ASAP, quick. Alright, let's do it. There we are. Let's ready up now. So they do have save states in this too, that's good. Just gonna wait on Young Sheep to start up. I'm gonna use the mouse wheel real quick to move everything up. Javelin here. Kinda just want one more field over there, honestly, for defensive sake. What are you guys doing? Why didn't you come down here and help with the stone while you're loafing around? Some more javelineers here too. I just want to move this up a bit more forward here. Right there, very good. I also got a bit of melee mixing in case they got melee cav too. Two barracks should make it a bit faster. Give me some more houses over here while you're out. What's going on, man? All's good on your side? Oh, did he idle or something? What's going on? House there too. Those are friendly guys, right? Yeah. Yeah, finally. Get some good help here. Probably put a few slingers down on this as well. Yeah, farming one, right? Yeah. Javelineers, right? Yep. Try moving another one down here too. I think it's time we get a forge now too for stats. Some females onto the mill. Slingers and javelins. Out of sync, it looks like. I'm coming in now. Don't worry. So far, I'm able to hold out against him, it seems. What do we do about the siege towers, though, coming in on us? Never dealt with those things before. Yeah, those things are pretty scary. I mean, yeah, I didn't know they were that ferocious. Oh, I don't know, man. I'll try to just hang back here and get as much wood as I can. In the meantime, that's all I can do, right? Yeah. I guess I can try to fend against these cavalry, but nothing else I can really do beyond that. I don't know. What do you need? Swordsman form or something like sword cavalry or what? Look at those things. Things are crazy. Siege towers. We have to defend with these now, unfortunately. I don't even know if I can even pursue those things. Now it's coming in towards me again. So what do I want to use? Do I want to use the Bythronic swords to fight those things? What am I supposed to do exactly? Or am I supposed to hit them with siege? I have no idea how to fight those siege towers. It has to be troll. I don't see I don't see somebody doing this normally. Nah, it has to be troll play. That's the only thing I can think of when I see this. Where's metal? Do I have any metal around here? Yeah, I need some champions now. Tell me about it. Look at this stuff. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I don't know. I'll just give it to the strongest player. Who's the strongest here? I should give him the stone then, yeah. I'll just spectate from here, probably. There we go. Alright, let's stay and watch then. He has a ton of stone and metal now. He should be able to make some pretty big armies at this point, yeah. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do for us. Yeah, a ton of Bythronic champions. That's what I wanted to do against the towers, but they ended up cooking me, so I don't know what was happening. Ugh. Go capture my command center. Ugh, it's yeah, it's not. I don't know, man. Having a fun day today. Salt is in the air. Yeah, you should try to capture the Civic Center first because that's the main piece of the whole base. Once you either destroy it or capture it, then the whole base starts to turn to Gaia at that point, which you want. I think the siege weapons will finish it off, though. The capitals. There we go. Alright. No more Civic Center. All those buildings will turn to Gaia rather soon. Big time. I respect it. I see he's trying to fight back with Bolchers, though. Those are one of the only good siege weapons against units. What do you mean unplayable? What's up with the lag? If you don't mind for a second, I want to put the light on in this dining room before it gets too dark. Alright, I'm back. Just put the light on. Well played, Moreau. Looks like their allies doing a pretty good job at helping them defend so far. Pretty much. What's he doing? He's doing Carthaginians, it looks like, yeah. So he's holding the fort pretty well in the back. Probably could make him some mercenaries too to help hold the line. So, looks like Romans is secured finally, from the looks of it. How will they proceed from here, you think? I have no idea. Should be interesting, though. Hold shift to send 500 resources at a time. So you want to use rams and swords to beat siege towers? Okay, alright, sword cav, sword infantry, and rams. Good to know. Yeah, probably sword cavalry will be better because you can actually keep up with the towers. You know, the infantry will just sort of lag behind with their feet trying to keep up. Makes sense to me, honestly. So yeah, sounds good. Yeah, don't worry when you see sync errors like that. It's pretty normal. You can continue from there. I wonder what happens on like VTubers who are playing 0 AD and then they have their IRL name leaked. That must be really nice. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm assuming not every VTuber has their own company issued computer. So imagine if they had their IRL name on there. It's like Jessica or Emily or whatever, and then they see it in the directory as again, and now it's thinking, oh man, now they know what my first name is, and then that makes the whole parasocial situation that much scarier. Oh, I can imagine. Must be pretty scary. Realizing that your game is actually going to give you your whole root, including your actual name of your, thing. If you put your real name on it, that is. If you don't put your real name on it, you put whatever your VTuber name is, like, I don't know, Sparkles or whatever, then you should be fine. Looks like he's getting charged pretty quickly there by the cavalry. Yeah. He's got the retreat, though. Pretty fast. It's one of the annoying things about ranged cavalry is they can literally fire their javelins into your back quite easily when you're trying to run away. Yeah, it happens to me too. Sometimes my keyboard acts up because of my battery issue in the laptop. Yeah, that's what it literally does. It kind of becomes like that because of the swelling. I won't be able to hold charge because no champs. That's unfortunate. Looks like they actually captured it this time, yeah. Not bad. That's what I was trying to do, but he had the thing well garrisoned, so there was no luck. Ugh. Get back in the stretch of things. Yep, there we go. Alright. So it looks like my team might win this after all. If they've taken out the purple position, now they can move on to yellow. Seems like, yep. They're fighting the Macedonians, right? So they have to deal with the foot companions now. Being attacked by Carthaginians and Romans at this spot, looks like. That's a lot of comida. Mucho comida. Yeah, well, I mean, it's unfortunate that he has hardware issues, but you know, not everybody can afford the necessary hardware to make it work, you know. Just saying. Yeah, and I read that comment too about the catapults. That's probably why my ally there was making catapults against the siege towers too. So if I run into somebody trying to cheese with siege towers again, like Young Sheep, just get the catapults out of the arsenals really quickly. It sounds like. Yeah, sounds like a decent plan to me, honestly. I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Maybe if you guys pushed properly, you wouldn't be here this long. I held 2v1 this whole time, remember? 2D 0AD. 2D 0AD. Imagine. Probably what it looks like when you look at it from a vertical angle. Almost. He's still a bad one, it looks like. City guards, I didn't see that. Oh boy. Yep, surprise, surprise. Still pushing in, I see. Rams will always be good against ranged troops. Alright, now they got the Luthabolos out to begin the real siege. Still fighting, I see. Are you really? If you are, that's super hilarious. I thought my side would win easy. I held 2v1 for too long. I guess so. My sacrifice was in vain. Yeah, it's kind of scary. Young was the one that completely destroyed me with the siege tower thingies too. Kind of insane, actually. Pretty much. Alright, and Morale just resigned. Finally. That was quite a crazy match, to say the least. It says 50 minutes and 57 seconds. Is that right? Kind of crazy, actually, when you think about it. Go with this. Mayans? You mean Marians, not Mayans. There's no Mayans in this game. If there's Mayans in this game, then I'd be pretty impressed. Ranger K gets the Athenians. Yeah, there's no Mayans in this game. I wish there was a meso suit for this. That'd be quite neat. It'd offer a bit of a different gameplay with runner units and everything. Guys, I'm good actually. Are you? Are you? Are you good? Are you good? Who knows? Is he actually good? Who knows at this point? Don't leave me here. Probably better than rocks. I guess so. I guess. Two goals, Zahan, Roman, Seleucid, Athenian, Roman, and random. And we'll warn you though, I'm probably gonna have to like leave at some point during the match and shut the windows in the room. So just be ready for that possibility. OP map, you say? We'll see about that. Definitely. Get another batch too while we're at it. Actually, I can't even afford another batch, so we'll just not do that. Sounds like. You die extra fast now. You die. Guess so. Alright, I'm gonna have to set up everything here, like I usually do. Get a house here. Another Ville. Tatiana is starting to join the game. Some more workers. More female workers would be great. Have to put another house here. Get the big queues up now. We'll already have the next house in queue after that. Two batches of vills should be great. Trying to keep everything in lockstep with the queues. I don't think I'm gonna get wicker baskets though, just gather the apples at a normal rate. Another batch of vills coming in now. Try to get some skirms over there now. House is almost up, and we should be ready to age up right now. Some more Javelineers would be good. Was okay, Dokie. I gotta go close some windows now. I can hear the thunder and rain coming right now. So let me go do that real quick. Here I am. Alright, we can start now if we want. Whenever Churgs wants to continue. You should play America, No Peace Beyond the Line. It's a really, really old RTS. It has a bit of clumsy design, yet it has some interesting mechanics on each faction. America, No Peace Beyond the Line. I'm going to keep a mental note of that one and look it up after the stream. And we might even stream that, who knows. Yeah, I'd totally be up to stream a good game like that. Oh, he's getting overrun. Let me get over there right now. Hunto Blunto. Hunto Blunto. Let me get over there. Hey, move away a little force to that spot now. Yep. Yeah, I'm charging in now. Yep, I'm up to that right now. I'm trying to get some houses here for it. I might put one house over probably here for it. And one more, like, I don't know, right there. There we go. We should be all set now with that. I think we're kind of getting into the swing of it now. I'll try to let the crossbowmen protect me for now. No wonder I didn't have enough stone for the city phase yet. They even have the second stone surf tech up yet. There you go, 4,000 wood. A curious fact about the 3 corners of the 4 on the map below. One of them is to change the color of your team to a single color. Another corner is to have idle soldiers and bills. Looks like a fireworks show out there with all the lightning. Hopefully nothing happens to the power supply of the internet. Looks like I might be cooked. Get some swordsmen there now. Yeah, I don't know what to do at this point, man. Nope. Insane. Yep. I don't know. Are we gonna get another host or what? Oh, they're gonna open up more room. I guess we could play or watch this one. Yeah. Should be a fun one. Yeah, that's about accurate, I would say. From the gist of it. When are we gonna get our own team? Waiting on P3 and 6. Streletsy, out of the RTA games you play, which one is the hardest for you to learn and be very good at? Of the top ones, also taking into account 0AD. I would say probably the hardest RTS to master, to actually do well at and not get completely smoked on, would be Age of Empires 2 Return of Rome. Yeah, Age of Empires 1, like the Return of Rome variant of AoE 2, is just so difficult. Like, it's very unforgiving in multiplayer. As a game itself, it's very easy to understand, but to do good at a competitive level at Return of Rome, you have to be, like, really competent and fast with your fingers. Like, you have very little room to mess things up. And the animals and the hunting is just so chaotic that, yeah, that'd be my guess. Yeah, I would probably say Return of Rome's probably the toughest RTS you could do. T1 don't stream sniper. Sniper don't sniping, sniper don't sniping. Oh man. We like stream snipers though, don't we? Ah yeah, we love stream snipers. Stream snipers are awesome. Oh yeah, I think so. Would be a fun experience. At least I would think so. This is a pretty cool tech because it gives us a much better gather rate. Like, quadruples it. Well, I can do a little Espanol, a little bit of Juanito, a little bit of the idioma de los Juanitos Bonitos, a little bit of it. Not a lot of it, but some of it. Un poco. Yeah. Yeah, I deal with a lot of Latin people in Wars of Liberty, so yeah, I know some Espanol. Sorry, I don't understand you very well. It's just that I'm Spanish. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I can do English, Espanol. Depends on the situation. My vocabulary in Espanol is not the best, so I really can't go beyond much basic stuff, I would say. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. But yeah, definitely if you want like a real challenge of an RTS, try mastering Return to Rome in multiplayer. It's really tough. Farmstead over here. ¿De qué país eres vos? Estados Unidos. Yeah. Yo soy de Estados Unidos. Yep. United States of America. Vos, yeah. Oh, so you like Latin? Oh yeah, you're Peruvian, right? Peruano, yeah. Peruvian good gastronomy. Gastronomy. Yeah. Just checking some information that got sent to me.
sì, bravo.
PSD. Texo.
Yes, sì, bravo.
Desputamu. Tesputamu.
DSD.
Tiesti.
Texo.
DSD.
Tiesti. Tesputamu.
Tiesti. Tiesti.
Texo. Tiesti. Dilexome. Dilexome.
DST. Red.
TST.
Insomma. Perfetto. TST.
Rilaxami. Respirami.
Rilaxome.
Rosso.
TST.
DST. Rosso. 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 Greco. DST. Rosso. DST. DST. Rosso.
Alright, I'll just get some wood for now.
DST.
Just trying to build a decent mass right now, and I can throw some elfin archers in too later.
DSD. DSD. Prato. DSD. Prato. DSD. DSD. DSD.
I'll just set up a defensive line here and fight them back. Try to target those now. Try to use my archers to pick them apart if possible. There we go. Let's hit him with as many arrows as possible. Try to defend as best as possible here. Yep.
ESD?
Getting a bit swarmed here. I'm gonna try pushing that from this side. Try poking him with the elfin archers there. Try find these with the elfin archers now.
EST. Rock, rock, rock. EST. Rock, rock. Rock. Rock.
Good match. What, we gonna spectate this one now? I expect for UnstoppableStreletsy gotta go anyways. Ooh, I usually just scroll. You can select the barracks and hold control and get a number of units from 1 to 9. That's pretty neat. Yeah, I've tried using those control group things before in AoE too. Sometimes they go well, sometimes not. We almost lost, man. The elephants are... Myron's are good at spamming elephants. That seems like it. Seems like you just want to spam elephant archers and war elephants when you're doing them. Yeah. Everybody's doing goals, it looks like. Is that the popular civ of the day? Is everyone goals? May as well be. I was saying control groups, like you can assign number 1 and a keyboard to all groups. Oh yeah, so if you press the 1 key, then you would have like 5 barracks that you assign to it. If you have 2, then 2 stables that you assign to it, yeah. UnstoppableStreletsy YouTube, there is a Discord group for this game only for English speakers. Yeah, I might be part of it already. I'm currently involved in, I think, like 4 or 5 0AD Discord servers. Not counting any of the ones related to Hyrule Conquests. That should be a fun one once I start that project. How useful are control groups in 0AD compared to Age of Empires 2, for instance? Is there much of a difference, or is one naturally going to be better than the other, you think? It's a genuine curious question. Actually, we're finding out. Streletsy YouTube, if you see a player name Marcorel or Herculaire, tell them to add you to the Discord group and the English-speaking Waspath group. They meet there on Meet or Jitsi. Oh, that's good. Thanks for telling me that. It's always good to find new 0AD communities, so we can get them all involved with this channel's activities. Yeah, that's good. Because as you can imagine, not everybody is available each day to spectate the stream. So the more people we can get on to watch and get the views up, the better successful these streams are going to be for me, and more streams I can bring you as a result. So we got an Iberian there. Over here we have a gull. Over here we have another gull. A Ptolemy. What else we got? We got an Athenian, right? Yep. And we got a Macedonian. No entiendo nadita lo que dice mi amigo. I guess so. Romans. And what's the last one over here? Another Macedonian, right? Yep. Cool, now you can use Cav to go to other places, and when you need to look around, back to your CC, double tap the number. Macedonians is... Yeah, I've heard some repertoire about the Macedonians before, and their wonderful champion cavalry. Both their spear cavalry and their javelin cavalry. Oh yeah, mercenaries. Their mercenary cavalry is OP. I think they can also spam the Korean archers and the Rhodian slingers as well. Those are pretty powerful. God spam mercenary. Yeah, I bet. Suppose so. The basis of the economy is constant improvements. So, making sure you're constantly getting technologies, whether it's berries, farming, wood, stone, or metal. Alright, so I guess it's sort of similar to Age of Mythology in that sense, where you try to get the techs as soon as you can afford them. Yeah. Or even Age of Empires 2, when it comes to certain techs like the double bit axe. They're like always get them right away sort of thing. Yeah, AoE 2 is a bit complicated because there's some gather rate techs that you can kind of forgo for a little bit, like you know, the gold shaft mining one, the farming ones. It's all based on the calculus of what you got in the field, but double bit axe, you always get that. But it seems like here, at least from what I'm hearing, you try to get the techs as soon as you can afford them. Reasonably, that is, so it doesn't interfere with your unit production. That seems pretty reasonable. I think the most variable one is Age of Empires 3, where you know, your acquisition of improvements is much more around build order. Show me how to play Macedonians. Yeah. Where's Sniper? This is Sniper, right? Yep. Let's see what Sniper's gonna do here. Wow, almost 1.7k ELO. That's quite good. How to play Macedonians. Seems like right now everything's pretty basic, you know, get the barracks up. That's the second barracks over there, it looks like. House. The Oikos. It's like Dad did Oikos Greek yogurt. What do you mean ban? Keyboard. I played AoE once, very difficult to play. When you say AoE, do you mean Age of Empires 1, Age of Empires 2, AoE 3, AoE... I don't think you played AoE... If it was a long time ago, it might not be AoE 4, but yeah. Age of Empires 1 is a real toughy one because the maps are so unpredictable. Like, there's no... Bluetooth, sorry. Yeah, Age of Empires 1 is chaotic because there's like random stuff everywhere. There's also no scout cab that you start the game with, so guess what? You get to take your vills around the map and figure out where everything is. Where the berries are, where the elephants are, where the deer are, where the gold is, where the stone is. Sometimes it's right there where it should be. Sometimes you have to like walk for a mile just to find something that you need. And all the while still queuing up vills, still putting down houses. It's basically everything you have to do in Age of Empires 2, plus more responsibility with micro, and just doing the recon work to find what you need, and hoping that you'll find what you need. Because sometimes you don't, and then you're down food, you're down wood, and then it's chaotic. And then deciding if you're going to go for, like, fish at all, too, which you can also do. Mostly spectating Macedonians here to see if they do anything crazy this match. Anything else we should be aware of though on the map in general? We'll see real quick. Ptolemies are pretty well developed, I would say, at this point. Metal is everything for the Macedonians. I bet because of the mercenaries. What did I miss? Had to bring in some stuff for the storm. Yeah, it looks like Macedonians are pretty well developed at this point. I saw that they're fighting some camel archers when I left. Seems like they survived. That's good. How are those Ptolemies doing, by the way? They're still developing, right? Yeah. I see a stable. I see about a good number of barracks here, too. So, yeah, they're developing pretty bigly. Any movement to the middle of the map besides hunting? Nope, nothing it looks like. Okay. So far, so good on the reporting. I also see you got your sentry tower here before to help defend against the camel archers. Pretty smart idea. That you're going to rush me? What do you mean that you're going to get rushed? You're a spectator. How are you going to get rushed? Here comes the camel archers now. Looking for more things to raid. Did you play camels before, Peace Envoy? Nope. It looks like it's his first time then. How are the camels compared to, say, javelineers or whatever? Are they good, better, worse, moderate? I remember back in the old days, like way back in 2012, 2013, not 2012, but back in 2014, 15, Nabatean camel archer attacks were pretty big back then as well. Be it the graphics were a lot less sophisticated as they are now on the unit icons. Now the unit looks pretty well armored and stuff, but back then, really wasn't. Military colony coming up over here. It's one of
ESD? DSD, DSD. 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 DSD.
est. Oui, d'est. Ah oui.
DSD. 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 ESD? 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 ESD?